Please take a seat. We will start shortly. Dear CHIST-ERA colleagues, I would like to welcome you on behalf of Slovak Academy of Sciences. As an organizer of this event, my name is Zuzana Panisova and I'm working for International Cooperation Department. I would like to invite Dr. Ivana Budinska, the member of SAS Presidium, to say a few welcome words. Please.
Thank you very much. I didn't say anything, so please wait for a moment. I am very CHIST-ERA projects here in Bratislava, Slovakia, on behalf of Slovak Academy of Sciences, which is a founder organization of CHIST-ERA project in Slovakia. Slovak Academy of Sciences joined CHIST-ERA project in 2016 as an associated member, and then after 2017 we became a member of CHIST-ERA projects, and so far we only have founded 2 projects. Fortunately, one of them is in the role of coordinator organization, and I hope that this EP to cooperate in project CHIST-ERA. So I would like to wish all of you pleasant and fruitful discussions and meeting, and I hope you will enjoy this meeting and Bratislava in Slovakia as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I will give you a brief information about the program of today. So in the morning plenary session we will tackle a couple of topics like CHIST-ERA. We have prepared presentations about technology transfer challenges, and followed by funding opportunities of European Innovation Council. Then my colleague Anna will inform you about the follow-up process of CHIST-ERA, and we will share with you information about the video contest and parallel sessions organized in the afternoon. The lunch will be served at the restaurant on the ground floor in this hotel. I would like Asi, who will coordinate these morning topical sessions and collaborate with us on the program of this seminar. And I think that's it from my side. Should you have some questions, do not hesitate to contact me. And now I would like to invite Mathieu Giret.
So, thank you very much, Susanna. Thank you very much also, Ivana, for the welcome address. My name is Mathieu Giret. With my colleague Anna Artizzoni at ENR in France, we coordinate this CHIST-ERA project. We are very happy to have the possibility to organize on-site a project seminar. The last time it was in 2019, before the COVID. So we try to organize the next events online, but probably that we missed something, and we are really happy to have you so numerous today in Bratislava. I will present briefly CHIST-ERA, and I don't know, Susanna, maybe we can switch to the dedicated presentation? So thank you very much. So 2 days, and typically for the project seminar of CHIST-ERA, so the idea is to remind the CHIST-ERA pictures, including the follow-up process. There will be a dedicated presentation for that. Over the years, we have more and more tools for the follow-up process. We try to keep it simple, but in any case, I guess it will be useful to just remind how it works and the possibilities around it. The idea is also to network, to exchange impressions about the funded project between person and listen to the researchers. And there is also this objective in particular with the parallel brainstorming sessions to try to consolidate the scientific communities around the core topics of CHIST-ERA, with inviting you to share across the same topics the progress that you have made within your project, and also to brainstorm on what could be the future challenges of the core topic for the next years. So in brief, CHIST-ERA, it's a network of research funding organizations. It follows the ERA-NET scheme, which is a scheme of the European Commission through Horizon 2020 and now Horizon Europe. And CHIST-ERA belong, in Horizon 2023, we belong to the FED program, the Future and Emerging Technologies program of the DG Connect. And now we belong to the European Innovation Council, to the Pathfinder program of the European Innovation Council. We cover most European countries, and we have collaborated with Quebec for already several years. And in the very recent years, Taiwan joined the consortium, and for the last call, Brazil also joined the consortium. So the next project of CHIST-ERA may have partners from those countries. So we have a number of funding organizations of CHIST-ERA, about around 30, and for each call, this is a subset of this consortium that participate in the call. So it's really on a case-by-case basis, depending on the interest of the funding organization to join the call. The main objective of CHIST-ERA is to support long-term research targeting emerging digital technologies. So this is really in the vein of what used to do for the Future and Emerging Technologies program. And every year we try to identify 2 interesting topics, and we launch a call on them a few months later when it is done. And typically we found around 10-15 projects per call for about €1 million each. And they are multilateral projects involving at least 3 countries. In the 4-5 years, there may be more visible effort of CHIST-ERA to work on some responsible and research innovation aspects, like open science, ethics questions, and there is also a focus on research result exploitation. And we try, and this is also because since a few years now we have several widening countries in the consortium, we try to involve the researchers in those countries in the projects that we fund. So we rely on a well-established yearly call cycle. It was a one-step process. It has been a 2-step process during a few years. It is now back to a one-step process. It is related to the contract that we have with the European Commission. And we launch calls since already now 2010. So beyond the call, we try to foster the cross-fertilization across the topics, and through the project seminar, also the brainstorming about the future of the call topics. Last mention, we are working on additional activities, and you may have been involved, for some of you, in the first one, the call on open and reusable research data and software that we launched a few months ago. It is under review now. And so we keep the historical structure of CHIST-ERA with a yearly call. And in addition to that, we try to explore whether in this new context of Horizon Europe and all the let's say, the research policy trends, we try to see how CHIST-ERA can be useful in that respect as well. The targeted research, once again, it is related to the FET and emerging technology, the Future and Emerging Technologies program of the Commission, and so we try to invest in use-inspired basic research for long-term digital technologies. So we try to favor risk in the projects that we select, the novelty, and we in CHIST-ERA, almost since the beginning, we also have a focus on performance evaluation. So it takes different form from one call to another, but it's always in our minds when we launch a call to try to see if we can support also the community that is concerned by the topic in that respect. CHIST-ERA started in 2010 with 9 founders from 9 countries, and now there are 32 founders from 28 countries. It's almost a steady growth with 2 peaks in 2017 and 2019. It's also related to the framework that the European Commission puts on CHIST-ERA some years. It progresses, and we have more and more international countries. We have a yearly call cycle. It begins with the topic selection. It is around the beginning of the year. So we organize between the funding organization based on the suggestions of the Scientific Advisory Board of CHIST-ERA, but also the funding organizations, and also from your suggestions that you can send to CHIST-ERA. We have different workshops among the funding organization to narrow the choices and finally select 2 topics. Then we have a conference that is open to the whole community of the future call topics, and based on which we further refine the content of the call. And finally, there is this yearly funded project seminar. So we are not now back on seat format. Last year it was online. So a few words about these additional funding activities. So there was in 2022 this open and reusable research data and software call. We have received 34 proposals, and it was a good test also for CHIST-ERA to test whether, in addition to the yearly call of CHIST-ERA, there could be motivation for the funding organization to top on that and join the additional activities. And what we observed was quite interesting. 34 proposal is quite good, and in addition to that, the budget that the funding organization have put in the call ORD was really on top of the budget that they put on the call 2022. That means that they didn't transfer one budget to another call, but it was really an additional funding available. In 2023 or beginning of 2024, there is still this effort to try to launch a call with a specific format. We call it the challenge, where there is a very even more important focus on research performance evaluation. The topic would be sent in your own language, so automatic translation for the scientific documents. So there is a scientific challenge. We also observe more and more momentum supporting multilingualism in science. And we observe also that the support of the founders for open evaluation methodologies and experiment reproducibility is not so frequent directly. And so this call may be a tentative to see if the funders would be willing to join such a different activity. So do not hesitate to express your interest to the funding organization in CHIST-ERA. They will take their decision in the coming months. A few statistics, so you can see here the number of funders participating to each of the calls of CHIST-ERA. So it's steadily growing. Here it is about the budget that we have in the call. So it is between 10 and 15 million euros. So the first column is about what was the call budget, and the second one is what was used. And so some years it is difficult to use the budget because there is a discrepancy between the evaluation panel ranking and the budget that are available at each of the national funders. And some years that is more easy. In any case, we every year try to make the best to fund the maximum number of projects. We change the topics every year, so in terms of success rate, it's difficult to conclude. I mean, there is a high variability across the topics, and on average, what we have observed from one topic to another is that we have a success rate of about 23%. So far, CHIST-ERA, it is 12 calls supporting 24 different topics, 116 funded projects. At this project seminar, we have 47 projects, I believe, 501 funded partners since the beginning, and more than 100 million euros, and 28 countries represented in the funded projects. So as it is, I think we still lack very few countries in our funded projects that are in the consortium of CHIST-ERA, but not yet with funded project, but it's an ongoing effort. And in terms of frameworks that we try to propose to our calls, there is a promotion of performance evaluation, there is a strong open science framework, the inclusion of the widening countries, and a focus on research results exploitation. It is not yet on the CHIST-ERA website, so it's a preliminary information that we give you. For the call 2023 that will be launched at the end of this year, the two topics will be multidimensional geographic information systems, so in particular 4D information system, and the second one will be intelligent around the intelligent contracts. So in April, in 1 or 2 weeks, we will publish a short description of those topics on the CHIST-ERA website. There will be, after the summer break, a workshop to refine the description of those topics. The call will be launched in December, and with a deadline beginning of 2024. There is a typo. And I guess you have visited already the CHIST-ERA website. So if you have any question at this stage, and otherwise we can move to the next session. Yes, please.
I have a question concerning the funding. That to this day haven't still received the funding. Is there anything that CHIST-ERA will do?
Yes, we are. I mean, we do our best for. We know that there is at least one country for which it is very difficult, and it is very difficult, very difficult. And we try to push them as much as possible. One could help is that there is a deadline for CHIST-ERA. It means that we need to close all the projects and to have the funding spent before the end of the ERA-NET of the CHIST-ERA projects, which is around those 2023 and 2024 years. So I really hope that in the end, if it has not been released in total, it will be released by 1 year approximately. But that's a very difficult situation. That concerns, in fact, not CHIST-ERA, but many ERA-NETs. That's quite a general problem with this country. We may also have some, let's say, difficulties with one country, 1 year. It's sometimes it depends on the national framework, which has evolved, priorities which have moved from one thing to another. We have been through several crises, and in some cases it has generated issues with the release of the funding, but in general it is about 1 year. But it is true that there is this country for which it is. But in any case, be sure that we are in regular contact with them, and we do our best to. But yes, this is a ministry. Okay, no other question or comments? Yes.
Thank you for the intro. I'm just wondering, at what stage?
Yeah, when it is an effort that we maintain continuously. So when we publish the call topics, before the call is open, so for the call 2023, we will publish the call topics, and we will also publish a list of funding organizations that are already, that have a high certainty of joining the call. And in the next months, we try to make this list more certain over the months. But it is true that in CHIST-ERA, the topics are known late, meaning a few months before the call opening. So in some sense it is good because we can be reactive with regard to one topic. On the other side, then for some funders, they couldn't take a decision before knowing what would be the topics. And there are some key steps they need to follow internally to take their decision. So over the months, we try to improve that list. In general, for the yearly call of CHIST-ERA, already at the time of the publication of the topics, we have already a good sense of what will be the funding organization in the call. And it is published on the website. It is, of course, marked as to be confirmed, but and over the last year, we have had around 22 funding organizations joining the call, so it's quite steady. And the participants are quite the same as the past year. There are a few changes from one year to another. But there is this uncertainty, and we even have funders joining the call a few days before the opening, or even a few days after the opening. So I propose to go to the next session, and so I mentioned in my earlier presentations the widening countries. I'm not sure, so I don't know, so please raise your hand if you know what is a widening country, maybe not sure. So not so many, okay. So we have a widening session about it. It will be about to better understand what is this policy in CHIST-ERA. And we will have also 3 guests who are researchers from these widening countries, and that have kindly accepted to share their experience either as a project coordinator or a partner in a project. So the widening countries, it is a list of countries that is established by the European Commission. And it tries to capture the performance of research and national research and innovation systems. So it's an aggregate indicator that computes highly cited publications, high quality patent applications, world-class universities and research institutes, high prestige research grants. And based on that, they have the average for the European Union. And a country falls into the so-called widening countries group when its score is below 70% of the European average. And so it is sometimes said that the widening countries are those that do not necessarily participate in great extent to Horizon Europe. It is not fully that. It is more a capture of the performance of the national system. Meaning that, for instance, for Horizon Europe, the list of the widening countries is expected to be steady over the years and not depend on the actual participation of those countries to Horizon Europe. And the idea behind is that Horizon Europe, but also CHIST-ERA, it is a collaborative instrument in the sense that it proposes to the researchers to establish collaborations, structured collaborations across the countries. And having the knowledge that for some countries in Europe, the national system may be at a level that is below the European average, why not to leverage on Horizon Europe, on CHIST-ERA, to try to decrease this gap between the widening countries and the non-widening countries. So for the call 2022, we had many widening countries in the call: Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and Turkey. So the idea is to try to spread excellence across Europe. So in opening well-established non-widening countries research networks to most talented researchers in the widening countries. And also, conversely, to have a broader engagement of the widening countries' research communities and try to enrich the European scientific and technology landscape with those perspectives from the widening countries. So in CHIST-ERA, we have some measures towards the researchers. So I would say that for the widening countries policy, compared, for instance, with research without exploitation or open science, we are difficult topics. For the widening countries, in CHIST-ERA, we were in a position to quickly act and obtain some results. And so we have a call selection criterion that prioritizes the project with widening countries, but in case of ex-aequo projects, so when we do not have enough budget to fund all the ex-aequo projects at rank N, we will check those projects that involve partners from the widening countries and prioritize them. We have dedicated information days or matchmaking event online to try to increase the participation of the researchers in those countries. We have a partner search tool, and there is also some funders in the widening countries, when they join now a CHIST-ERA call, if the researcher that is applying will wish to coordinate the project, and apply as a coordinator, then there is an additional funding that is available for that researcher. And we also, given the past calls of CHIST-ERA, we observed that there was a funding opportunity in the sense that a widening countries policy, it works only if we have the budget capacity to fund more partners from the widening countries. And it happens that indeed when we compare the funding that is used by the non-widening countries and the funding that is used by the widening countries, there is a funding opportunity on the side of the widening countries, which spent less funding that was available at the beginning of the call. So this is what we are doing at the level of the researchers. And what we observe is that now in the CHIST-ERA funded projects, while we were at a rate of 50% of the projects that involve partners from the widening countries, now we are at the level of 75%. And but still, there are two very important difficulties we are facing. The first one is that we almost do not have coordinators from those countries of a CHIST-ERA project. And at this project seminar, we have 47 projects represented, but only 2 coordinators from those countries. And we also observe that for a few set of countries, so a sub-list of the widening countries, the number of applications is almost equal to 0, in spite of the budget being available. So there is still room to work on that. So this is what we are doing on the side of the researchers. And I would like to conclude that short presentation also by mentioning that at the level of the funding organizations, since now 2016, 2017, we have welcomed in the network many funding organizations in those countries. They represent now half of the funding organization, almost half of the funding organizations in CHIST-ERA. And they have also taken the lead in some tasks of CHIST-ERA. And Susanna, who is organizing the project seminar today, is also in charge of coordinating the writing of the call of CHIST-ERA, so this is a very important role. We have Czech Republic that is involved in the task related to the result exploitation, also open science, and Romania, who is involved in the assessment of our call. So let's say the management team of CHIST-ERA over the years has evolved to integrate to represent also those countries. So to continue with that session, I would like to welcome Alexandra Gemitsi and invite her to take a seat. So the idea is and I would like also to welcome Ivana Budinska, Roman Rospizal. Alexandra is professor at the Department of Environmental Engineering of Democritus University of Thrace, Greece, and she is the coordinator of Waterline. It's a project of the Call 2019. Ivana Budinska is head of modeling and simulation of discrete processes department at the Slovak Academy of Science, and she was a partner in the SOON project from the Call 2017, and she's also a member of the Presidium of SAS, the Slovak Academy of Science. And finally, Roman Rospizal is the coordinator of the REHAB project, a more recent project, and he is senior researcher at the Department of Theoretical Method, Institute of Measurement Science of the Slovak Academy of Science. So I would like to invite you to take a seat, and you all have a short introduction presentation. So Alexandra, if you would like to start. Alexandra, if you prefer to be, as you wish. Yeah.
Well, good morning from my side, from Greece. I'm a project coordinator of the Waterline project. It was a project of the Call 2019. And a few words about the project. I don't know. It does change. Matthew, can you come with it? Okay, thanks a lot. Okay. Still have problems with that. Okay, sorry. So the acronym comes from the New Solutions for Data Assimilation and Communication to Improve Hydrological Modeling and Forecasts. So our main, we are coordinators in Greece. My university is in northeastern Greece. It's called Democritus University of Thrace. And there is also a participating widening country, which is Poland. So our goal is based on the climate change impact that impacts more and more water resources in Europe. It is essential to develop tools for scientists, like you can see in our poster there that we develop improved data sets. For example, we downscale satellite remote sensed precipitation, soil moisture data sets. Policy for policymakers as well, and for citizens to tackle with extreme events related to water, droughts and floods. Our methods, it's combining, we combine multi-source hydrological information, satellite, ground sensor, and hydrological data sets, and we aim to improve hydrological forecasts. And of course, we develop and release open data sets and tools. Here is an example of an announcement for the drought in Greece that is taking place now. Unfortunately, the graphs are not shown that well, the upper graphs from our web application. In all four graphs, you can see a tremendous deficit in water storage in North Greece, but in many countries around Europe, the drought conditions are severe. So thank you for this brief introduction. Shall we go on with questions? Or
So you are one of the two organizers of the CHIST-ERA project. 47 project. So you are one of the two coordinators among the 47 projects here from a wider countries. Maybe you would like to just to explain how did you invest that role, and if you had some recommendations for those that even from non-widening countries that would like to try this role, and whether is it or was a good or bad experience.
Yeah, it was an absolutely good experience. Great opportunity for me and for my institute as well. Okay, I think I should take. Okay, it was an absolutely positive experience, both for me as a researcher and for my institute as well, because in widening countries there are fewer opportunities for institutes and researchers to become project coordinators. So my problem as well, actually as a coordinator I entered the project 1 year after it officially started because of problems with our funding agency. But still I insist on taking this chance because it's a great opportunity. How I started, actually, we had a previous network of scientists around Europe that we had coordinated in a previous project, so we knew each other quite well, and we knew that we were going to work smoothly together. So I just came in contact with them, and then they recommended some other participants as well, and we made our network. Yeah, it takes much time, much effort, but it's worthwhile investing in that. And my recommendation would...
Ivana, would you like to introduce your role and the proposal preparation of the SOON project?
Yes. I'm not sure if you have my presentation. Yes, that is. Thank you very much. So I was a part of a project, SOON, which is Social Network of Machines, which was in call from 2017, Big Data and Process Modeling for Smart Industry. We are working on this topic in our institute for a long time, and we were very happy that our partners, our coordinator from Switzerland addressed us a request to join the project. And the cause of the project was to optimize industrial processes in context of Industry 4.0 to reduce impact of failures. We tried to make some predictive maintenance, but we failed because of lack of data. But we still have analyzed some approaches to reduce impact of those failures in advance. And we also designed evaluation benchmark for those. What kind of methods we used in this project? The big data technology and machine learning, multi-agent system as a modeling tool, and machine learning models for predictive maintenance. We had 3 scenarios, which one was from Switzerland, the second was from Slovakia, and the third one from Spain. And this is what partners we had. Our coordinator was from Switzerland. It was ECOL. We were the second partner, Institute of Informatics from Slovakia. We had Universidad de Oviedo from Spain and University of Petru Major University from Târgu Mureș, Romania. We also had 3 industrial partners, one from Switzerland, Tornos, and Mat Obali from Slovakia, ArcelorMittal from Spain, and let me say, this is what I liked the most in this project, because our partners from industry were very supportive and were very eager to know our research results, and they were provided us with lots of data. On the other hand, we had some fundings to help them to to establish new systems for measuring some data in the processes, and also they were interested in our benchmarks which we have suggested for some processes. So what we have learned during this project, we like the topics. All topics which are suggested by CHIST-ERA project are very interesting, and I think it's very useful. We like the application procedure, which was two-step procedure. I learned that it is no more active. And we like the networking, because we had a lot of instruments and tools to find our partners, and we liked also fundings, which was not big enough from Slovakia's side, but the rules were clear and fundings were reliable, and these rules for fundings were kind of flexible, so I really like it. And what we don't like or didn't like, our industrial partner were not eligible to get any fundings, and it was a problem to force them to devote some working hours to join our topics. And so what was the other thing I didn't like or I don't like? The other partners from Slovakia out of Slovak Academy of Sciences are not eligible for funding, and comparing to other countries, our budget was very low. Okay, so thank you very much.
And Ivana, would you see any, any challenges regarding the participation of the Slovakian researchers to such a project, in the sense that Slovakia is among those countries for which we have a very low number of applications?
Yes, I think the big reason or the main reason for low participation of organization is this not eligibility of other partners out of Slovak Academy of Sciences. I know that our colleagues from universities and other research organizations know about these CHIST-ERA calls, and they do not allow researchers to join projects without fundings. So I think this is the main reason. And also there is a reason for which I think we do not have coordinators, because coordinators didn't get any extra money for this coordination, and it is really a big work to coordinate such a project. So I think we can work on this and to improve such things. Okay.
And you mean no extra funding from SAS or from your unit when you become a coordinator of a project? You mean no extra funding directly from the funding of the project, or no extra support from the structure with whom you are working?
We are part of Slovak Academy of Sciences, so we had these fundings. And yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ivana. Roman, you also have a few slides of introduction, please.
Okay, good morning. My name is Roman Rosipal. I am from Slovak Academy of Sciences too, from Institute of Measurement Science, and I'm a coordinator of the REHA project. And I can just mention the partners we have here. We have university from Israel, it's Ben Gurion, and then Sensor Medical is a company in Israel. And then we have other partners, it's Electrotechnical Institute in Latvia. We have ETH Zurich, University of Lodz, and Technical University of Košice. Those two last ones are not funded. Same reason, I mean, Technical University of Košice is a university, so it's not funded in Slovakia. And University of Lodz, it was a little bit tricky, because in the first proposal they were kind of included and the funding was proposed, but then the Polish funder decided that it's not really basic research, and they will sort of kick off from the from the budget. But I persuaded them to really continue in this project, so they are more like kind of more involved doing the research. And we had to little bit adjust their goals. Can you switch? Okay. Yeah, so this is basically the main objective of our project is developing kind of a compact BCI system. BCI stands for brain-computer interface. It's sort of like measuring some kind of mental imagery task you can do by measuring EG on the scalp. We are trying to control external devices. What we are proposing here is make kind of like compact system which will do all of this recording, evaluation, and execution of this process. So it's sort of a little bit too complex because it puts together two things. It's like software and hardware parts, also some kind of electrophysiology and neuroscience. So it's sort of like collaborative project in the way that we have a lot of partners with different experiences. But I mean, I'm not going to talk too much about this. I have the poster, so maybe if somebody is interested, we can talk about the stuff later on. And we started last year, so now we are in the second year of the project, and we already have some kind of developments. Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Those are other objectives or more specific objectives, but I can talk about that later. And with respect to experience, you know, I came across this call, and the topic was really perfectly matching the stuff I was doing for years. So I decided to just go on and try, because application, at least from my perspective, was not that demanding. And I was trained in the US, I mean, on these ARMA and DARPA projects, which are really scientifically oriented. And you don't have a lot of this admin stuff and writing this kind of essays about different aspects. So if you can really focus only on the scientific topic, it was fine. And how it worked, I basically applied and said a couple of the words about what I want to do on this partners tool search engine, I mean, CHIST-ERA has, and I got the partners, so I didn't know them before. I mean, perfect match was from Israel and ETH Zurich, so we started to kind of like shape the project, and then we got additional partners to fill the gaps we had in the proposal or in the topics we try to address. So yeah, that's basically what it is.
Thank you very much, Roman. Given so. When we observe the partnership of your project, we notice that this is a really unusual one in the sense that there are many non-widening countries in the consortium, and this is something why you are coordinator plus many partners from those countries. It's really something that is almost unique in CHIST-ERA. So, what, in your view, what would be your recommendation if CHIST-ERA wanted to further try to support the willingness of the researchers to invest in such roles and to take the lead in a project? Would you have any recommendation in that respect?
Hard to say. I don't have too much experience with this. I mean, like, as I said, I spent a bit of years. You can go on for that because it's not that demanding. And at least in Slovakia, I feel we don't have too much support for preparing the big projects. Like, last year, I submitted one with the partner from Germany when they have really the office which can really shape the things, like instead of using the numbers, use the item or bullets or something like that. So just many non-scientific aspects which goes into the proposal, and that I think we are kind of weak on. And the other problem is what I see is that you know, we are a small institute, so we have also small number of ideas. So it's difficult for us to compete with big institute in, let's say, Germany or France or so on. So if you have your own particular idea which matches with the call, then you have a chance.
Thank you very much, Roman. Alexandra and Ivan.
Yes, my recommendation to newcomers would be to, especially for those from widening countries, is that they should make up their partner, their consortium made from partners that they trust. If one partner doesn't work or two partners doesn't work, then this is a problematic case that they have to deal with. They also have to trust their institute, because if their institute has the capacity to deal with such projects, then the process is going to be okay. I trusted too much my institute, and I did well, so that is why my project is smoothly running. But if an institute can't support running such projects, then it's going to be a bit problematic. The problem with us in Greece is the funding agency, GSRT. Actually, to 2023, there are going to be GSRT in the funding agencies. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll check. And this is a problem. We had delayed funding, in our case, I told you, and they are recommending now, they are requiring that our project should finish earlier, during October 2023, much earlier than the other participants in our project. So there are constraints, national constraints, but on the other hand, it's a great opportunity to work with other scientists around Europe, and you should take the chance, especially those from widening countries. Thank you.
Ivana, do you want to add anything to conclude?
Maybe not conclude, but I would like to say that I really like this scheme of CHIST-ERA project and ERA-NET project at all, because the procedure of other countries and other researchers from other countries, and I would like to encourage my colleagues from Slovakia to join this project, even if they are not funded.
Thank you very much. Do we have some questions in the audience before we go to the next session? No? Yes.
So, yes, good morning, everyone. Ahmad Zainasi from the SNSF. So just maybe a general question to all the speakers. If you had to prioritize 2 or 3 recommendations that CHIST-ERA should do in the next year or 2 to encourage the participation of widening countries, what would you select? Maybe 1 recommendation each of you.
Started to participate in these European projects in 2003 or 4. There was, I think, European Framework 2, something like that. We were called at the time developing countries, then we were called, I think, emerging countries, and now we are calling widening countries. But I still have the feeling it doesn't really work. I mean, we are not really improving. We are still on the kind of like tail. And previous years, it was really advantage if you had those countries on your project proposal, because they were giving some advantage, but we are not moving on. That's my kind of feeling. It's sad, but it's like that. And I don't know, I don't have the solution for this.
Perhaps a suggestion based on these comments. In events like this, we could have a selection of researchers from these countries giving a 3-minute speech.
Yeah, if I can, just one remark. It would, and I spoke about this with Matthew in the morning. It would be interesting to really count how many people from widening countries are working at the other groups. I mean, not widening. You know, it's sort of like drain here. And in that sense, I don't know how to really get it that, I don't know how to really make this kind of movement to those countries. I mean, like, let's say, if you are, it's maybe a crazy idea, but if you are going to set up a call where a German company needs to come here and work here as a group, something like that, you know, because otherwise it's going just one direction and it's not going to improve.
Okay, thank you very much for the open science session.
Anna? Just waiting for the slides. Great. So good morning, everyone, here in the room and also online. We shouldn't forget there are people following us online. Thanks for being here with us today. So today I will be taking you on a short mental trip to open science. So the question is, where is our destination and what do we mean by open science? And what does it mean to you in particular? So I personally believe in collective intelligence, so let's answer this question together. Actually, I need the pointer. So again, the same problem. Is there a... Yes, so let's see. Oh, okay, now it's working. So to do this, I'd like to invite you here in the room, also the people who are connected online, to simply scan the code you're seeing on the screen or directly connect to menti.com and enter the code you see on the screen. And once you're connected, you can, just answer the question there as many times as you please. So you can provide multiple answers. And please stay connected. There will be other questions throughout the session. Is that working? No. It's not working. Oh, I see. Let me check. Okay, now I think it's working. Let's see if it's working here. Anna, if you can show us the... Yes, so it's working apparently. So open science, at least to me, is not about open access, nor it is about open research data. It is not about setting up policies and regulations or about research evaluation or reproducibility of research. It is not about ethics or scientific integrity. I think it is a bit about all of that and even a little bit more. We could even drop the open and just talk about good science or good science practices. In fact, open science is really transversal by nature and touches upon all those principles and concepts. In fact, this is what makes its complexity and also its richness. And this is why I think it is constantly evolving, not because its core definition is changing, but because it induces reflections on many different levels. And sometimes those are even subject to research themselves. And we should not also forget, of course, the complexity of the stakeholders involved and also the complexity of cultural change. Well, we will share with you those slides. You can keep answering. That's interesting, actually, to see reproducibility, open data. We'll come back to this a bit later. Can we? Yes. Can we go back to the slides? Yes. I cannot. Are you in the slides? Okay. So just a quick words about who is doing this in CHIST-ERA. So there's there's a group in CHIST-ERA called the Open Science Group, which is a team made of representatives of some of the research funding organizations involved in CHIST-ERA, who's in charge of all those open science activities within CHIST-ERA. It has been existing since 2019, and it is supported by an advisory board made of international experts and researchers in this area, and some really in open science in particular. And so CHIST-ERA is really playing an important role in this open science landscape, of course with the means at its disposal and at its level. We believe that it can be a success story and inspire other projects and initiatives. So how do we achieve this? Mainly by staying at the forefront of best practices. For example, in CHIST-ERA we have our own pioneering transnational open science policy. We have revised our evaluation criteria, we have signed the DORA declaration, and many other achievements. We also do this by interacting with a number of stakeholders, the Commission, you as researchers and research projects, with a number of also European projects and the funding organizations themselves, but also by widely sharing our experience. And as an example, we have recently published an analysis of the open science landscape in Europe, of really mapping the national policies in open science, which we believe can have really a broad impact and use. We also collaborate with active stakeholders in the European landscape to provide you with tools that can help you and support you throughout your journey in your research projects. And one example of those is Argos, a tool developed by OpenAir that we will hear about shortly. And now we move to our next question. If you have been disconnected, you can reconnect or simply answer the question. Let me see if... Yes. So the question is, of course, now about the challenges. In CHIST-ERA, we strive to offer you the best possible experience. And for this, your feedback and your inputs are really very, very important to us. So what are the current challenges in open science? And can you also move the... So what are the current challenges in open science, and how does that impact your projects? And how do you perceive, for example, diamond open access or reproducibility of research? And how do you cope with that throughout your projects? And more importantly, how can we, within CHIST-ERA, support you in this endeavor? And so you can... So the goal is now to really collect what you think are those current challenges. And while you're answering, I would really like to invite you, since this is coming this afternoon and tomorrow, to reflect on those aspects during the parallel sessions that will happen today and the afternoon and tomorrow. And in particular, please put a particular focus on diamond open access and on reproducibility, which are aspects that we would like to also develop and support further as much as we can within CHIST-ERA. Oops. Yes. So you can keep answering if you can get back to the slides. Argos to work, so that's good. That motivates even more the coming presentation. Can we get back to the slides, Anna? Great. There we are. So, as I said, your feedback is really very important, and we are here to listen to you, because we want to develop open science in CHIST-ERA according to your needs. And more importantly, we are here to listen to you and implement concrete and practical solutions. Thank you very much for your attention. And now we will hear from Ellie Papadopoulou from OpenAir, who will tell us a little bit more about the Argos tool for the DMP. And then after that, we will learn from the CHIST-ERA project Swain by Atakan Aral about their experience with open science within CHIST-ERA. And at the end of the day, we will end up with a question and answer session where you will have the opportunity to answer, to ask all the questions you have to all the speakers within this session. So thank you very much, and Ellie, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Ellie Papadopoulou. I work for Athena Research Center in Greece, and I'm the service manager of Argos. And I'm really happy because now we can have a discussion after the presentation and get your feedback, because this is how we make things work and progress open science together, right? Really happy to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me. Focusing on Argos, OpenAir is a big infrastructure. We support open access, starting from open access, moving on to open science for 15 years now, and we have services for that to support the different policies such as CHIST-ERA. And Argos is for managing data management plans. And it can help you to, I think this is the previous version, not the one that I before. Yes. Exactly. Okay, thank you very much. So Argos is here to support the DMPs, the writing and publication of data management plans, of firm data management plans. It's a way for you to implement open science from the onset, and it's built, we have worked with this open science group that Ahmad mentioned previously to support the policy of CHIST-ERA, the open science policy, which mandates also the delivery of DMPs. As you know, DMPs is becoming an integral component of the research ecosystem, and we try to offer as much as many automations as possible to connect the different data workflows and the services when you write your DMPs, and we have more coming this year, new features and new things to share with you. And implement in the CHIST-ERA template. So what you need to do, or what you have already done if you have worked in a project, is to log into Argos, argos.open.eu, choose the CHIST-ERA template and answer the questions, and then send the DMP to the CHIST-ERA office and publish it on Zenodo when it's ready, so that it gets a DOI and it can become citable and linked to other outputs. The reason that drives us that drives us to create and further develop Argos is to work on simplifying the process of data management planning. We know that it's a burden, we know that it's a new concept, and it's something that it's an extra step that you now are asked to follow. So, as I mentioned, we will have more things to share with you of automations later this year. And what you can do, what you get out of that, is have a template that is machine actionable and can be linked to other data outputs and services. It closes, when you use Argos, you close the DMP lifecycle, meaning that you don't just have a deliverable, but you can make it a fair output by publishing it on Zenodo. We have automations, if you've used it already for a project, you know that you can simply click a button and send it to Zenodo, so make any links easier. You can enrich it, you can retrieve information and automate some pre-filling of answers in the template. Not that much, more is coming again. You can collaborate with your team, share different descriptions to be written by your colleagues, and then also track the DMPs as living documents. We have new features that we're working on, that we have launched, and others that we are working on. The one that we could also incorporate in the template, and we want your feedback if you feel this is useful. We have a template, a machine actionable template that supports makes it simplifies how things are can be read and comprehended by the evaluators also. This table can be used in many ways, such as describing specific elements of a data set. We have community calls that you can join us every last Wednesday of the month at 2 Central European Time. And I think now I need to run there because I didn't have my morning workout, so I need to run there and have a demo for you in a minute. Microphone, okay. Okay. No, this is not. I'm sorry. Can I block? Change of plans, I will need to use my own laptop, so give me 1 second. Perfect. Right, apologies for that. I don't have, okay. So this is how Argos works. I go to argos.openet.eu. As you can see, I click where I can find other information if I want to check. Start my DMP. Start my data set, my DMP, sorry. Provide a title for my DMP, a description. Of course, I'm not going to do that now. Add the researchers that are working with me in this DMP by their ORCID or other identifiers that I have. So, for example, I can add myself. Add the organization. Select the funding, here is CHIST-ERA. Select the grant. Oops, sorry, wrong. Select the grant. add a license to my DMP. Let's say that it will be Creative Commons and that it will be open at the end. And here I'm asked to select the template. I'm going to select the CHIST-ERA template, save it, and add my data set. Either pre-fill from information from a dataset that already exists that I might be reusing or I have early on shared it, or manually adding information about it. So let's pre-fill, for example, a dataset. This searches the whole Zenodo, this search, and it brings the metadata that are relevant to the DMP here for you. From the left, we see the whole, let me maybe minimize it a bit so that you can see more things. From the left, you can see the whole content of the DMP template as it was developed with the Open Science Community Group. And here on the left-hand side, which is the main area, you can check and select which answer satisfies your, meets your need. When you're ready, as you see, there are different elements for data description, documentation, data quality, reused data, storage, so different elements of your research data practices, research data management practices. When you're ready, you save it, and because I have already done it in another instance, let me show you how this looks. So now I'm ready, I have a data set already in my DMP, I can finalize it. Submit, and deposit it. And I can use the default token or either use the Argos login credentials or use my own credentials if I have a Zenodo account. And immediately I have the record on Zenodo. Don't worry, this is sent to the sandbox, so there's not an actual publication of this DMP, it's just a test publication. And I can make the links to the project and to the different elements of the DMP. So that's a very quick demo, but can I go back to the presentation now? Yes. The last one. Yes, this one. Yes. Okay, and to close this mini presentation, we would like your feedback, as mentioned before. So we want to know what puzzles you most in the DMP process, what doesn't work for you in Argo, so that we can make it work for you. What are the most difficult things or out-of-reach things that you wish you shouldn't deal with and someone else should do it when you write your DMP? And how do you think DMPs can help you in the future overall? So please, okay, we have already a hand raised, or do we leave it for after, Ahmad? We'll leave it, we'll do it in the Q&A session then. Please hold it, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellie, for sprinting back and forth. And now we move to the presentation of the CHIST-ERA project Swain by Atakan. So please.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Atakan Aral. I am the coordinator of the Swain project, which stands for Sustainable Watershed Management through IoT-driven Artificial Intelligence. So, thank you very much to CHIST-ERA and Ahmed specifically for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share experience regarding open science as the SWAIN project. So, to set the context for our open science activities, I would like to give a very brief introduction or description of our project. SWAIN project started in March 2021, and it's a 3-year project. We have interdisciplinary consortium. We have environmental scientists from Finland and Turkey, and we have computer scientists and machine learning experts from Austria and Switzerland. You can see all the partners here and our funders on the right side. You can check the project website or our Twitter account as well to know more about it. So our project is about solving the problems of industrial facilities using river waters. There are many facilities located in around rivers because they need water for their processes. This could be, I don't know, washing, cooling, whatever process this facility uses. They are built near the rivers, and they release the water back to the river after, of course, a water treatment process. Unfortunately, these water treatment plants, you can see on the left picture, they are prone to failures. So there have been several issues in recent years in Europe. For example, in Finland, 2014, in Poland, 2019, and very recently last year in Oder River on the border between Germany and Poland. And these are all caused by failed water treatment plants, polluted water reaching to the river. And what is common on these use cases or these case studies are that we noticed these spills too late. We noticed it after 30 hours, we noticed it after 5 days, and our project idea is to find a way to automatically detect this kind of problems by monitoring the river water. So we are proposing having IoT-based measurement stations along the river in multiple locations around the river, collect data from these measurement stations. Unfortunately, we don't have sensors yet to detect micropollutants in real time at the moment. So we have to process this data and make some guesses, some predictions about if there is pollution in the river and what is the source of the position, approximate geographical area where the pollution is coming from. So we process this data locally first, because the rivers can be passing through very remote areas, so we don't have processing facilities or communication infrastructure nearby. So we do it locally, and then we also have a cloud part where the rest of the river model runs. And once we detect some pollutant source, we warn the authorities to take some kind of precautions. And I would like to talk about the data we are collecting in the project. So we have 2 case studies. One of them is the Ergene River in Turkey, in northwestern Turkey, on the border between Bulgaria and Greece. And this is one of the dirtiest rivers in Europe, and this is particularly dangerous because when you see in this image, there are a lot of industrial zones, industrial facilities on the upstream of the river, and on the downstream, highlighted with orange, there are agricultural areas using the same water for irrigation. So our colleagues in Istanbul, our project partners, are collecting data from many locations along this river to provide the training data for our models to be developed on. We are also using this data to optimize where our measurement stations should be built. We are trying to minimize the number of sensors and communication gateways to be deployed along this river and maximize the information we can collect and minimize any costs and energy consumption. Our second case study is the Kokemäki River in Finland. In that case, they already have, our partners, Finnish Environment Institute, already have this measurement infrastructure, but they have issues with the data collected. It sometimes includes spikes, sometimes missing data, sometimes the sensor is frozen. And if you see the picture on the left, there can be worms on the sensor that causes miscalculations or wrong measurements. So we are also working on this to solve these issues and have a better data sets. And we developed our data management plan in the beginning of the project using the Argos tool. And we mostly have positive experience with that. The tool provides us step-by-step instructions and helpful examples for each field that needs to be filled. And once we finalized the data management tool in the first year, we can update it in the next years and create new versions, which was also quite useful for us because the scope of the project might change on the way and we could have different requirements. And if you can see in this image that we have currently 2 versions for the 2 years of the project, and for the 3rd year we will have a final version. Another positive thing was that it was easy to share the data management plan with the other project partners. You see here there are DMP authors. Subtime, my colleague here, initiated this tool, and he shared it with me. Then I contributed as well, and other project partners. And at the end, we also shared it with Anna from CHIST-ERA, so we were also able to have their opinion on this. Yeah, and then, as Eli already showed you, we can also add data sets to the data management plan, which we did. One issue we had in the beginning of the project was that the amount of data required in the beginning of the project could be a little bit intimidating. There are a lot of details need to be like the size of the data, where the data will be hosted and so on, which might not be known at the beginning of the project. So we were also discussing this issue with other projects in our call and trying to find a common solution. And the solution we had, I don't know if this is the ideal solution, was to have a single data set initially, which gives the common characteristics or our understanding of the data sets that will be produced from the project. But as the project develops, we will add more data sets and more details to the data management plan. Currently, we store our data in GitHub, and the reason for that is that our data sets are not final. We are still versioning them or documenting them as the project continues. We store them in a MongoDB database, which is a document-based data set, NoSQL, which was helpful for us. At the end of the project, we will, of course, have a persistent version published on, for example, Zenodo or Mendeley data. Finally, I would like to talk about our publications, how we made them open access. We published so far 10 papers, 7 conference papers, and 3 journal articles as the whole consortium, of course. We chose the open access option for the journal articles, and we registered them on the CHIST-ERA website. There is a tool to register our publications so that they appear in the project website on the CHIST-ERA website. And for the conference paper, we published the full text on our own project website, swainproject.eu, to make them accessible freely. So some final thoughts and maybe some recommendations could be, so on this tool that I mentioned, on this toolbox, we can register open access journal articles, but maybe it could be improved to allow more different types of publications to be registered there, to appear on the project website, such as our preprints, datasets, or conference papers as well. And another positive experience we have from our funder, Austrian Science Fund, is that the peer-reviewed publications program, which allowed us to cover the open access costs for publications without using our project budget. So these costs are covered by our funding agency in a different program up to after 3 years after the project. So this was quite helpful. We didn't need to allocate any budgets for this case. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you once again.
All right, so thanks to all the speakers. So I would like to invite now Ellie, and Atakan is also here with us for the question and answer session. Ellie, can you? So now we have approximately 5 minutes where you can ask any question you have to all the speakers of the Open Science session. So please go ahead.
Thank you for the nice presentations, both. I have a question. We've been talking with Atakan many times, and we also created our data management plan for Waterline project. I found it quite straightforward, but in the initial stage, too much information was required for the data sets. We had as a repository data Mendeley data we've been using, no Zenodo. So the problem now is that it is not easy to import Mendeley data like you have Zenodo. So my recommendation, and perhaps you can tell me if it's going to be like that, will you also incorporate Mendeley data into your...
Yes, thank you for the question, and thank you both for the comment. This is actually what we're going to launch later this year, to be able to move around some questions and in the initial stage be able to use it more flexibly, let's say, so that you don't have to innovate on the way how to use it for month 6. Then, for your question, yes, the software supports this already, supports the configuration of different repositories like Dataverse, like DSpace repositories and so on. However, the Argos.opener.eu, the online version, follows a different policy, let's say, because we have deployed it in this is the option. But let me consider your suggestion and move it to the executive board and see how we can make a solution for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other questions?
Thank you. In our projects, we should manage data that we don't create, our third-party data sets that perhaps we don't have all the information the template requests us. And it's not our, let's say, duty to fulfill all this information since it's data. In any case, it's quite problematic to introduce this data when it comes from third parties to inside the data management plan. So I wonder what can we do in these cases so we can track the data is used in the project, but if it's used only for experimentation or other things, no, not when we are developing the data.
It's for me, or?
It's for the template.
Huh?
It's for the questions of the template.
Well, good question. I don't know.
Can we follow up? Yes. Can we have a discussion for that and use it as a case to see, one by one what you mean exactly? And maybe also, can we, Ahmad, pull the Open Science group on that?
Yes, of course. We can.
Thank you. I have two very simple. Works? Yes, better. Okay, so I have two very simple questions. First of all, I would like to ask you if you coordinate your activities with EOSC somehow, European Open Science Cloud. And the second one, if you have any experiences with private industrial data. Sometimes it is very challenging to force private companies to provide data and expertise to have labeled those data, and this is my personal experience is very bad in this area.
Yeah, thank you. So about the EOSC and other stakeholders, so we do not directly work with with EOSC, for example, or with other European projects, but we do follow up on what they do, on their outputs, to try to see how we can benefit from their experience. This is true. And about industrial data, so the idea of the policy we have is not that you have to share all the data you have. Of course, there can be restrictions related to privacy, related to copyright, etc. So there are specific conditions or circumstances in which you cannot share openly the data as you would like or you would have to. That's a fact. So it's really always the usual principle: as open as possible, as closed as necessary. But maybe that's also a question to the projects or even to Atakan, if you have any such experience with the industrial data yourself that you could mention maybe briefly.
No, actually, we don't have industrial data, but we share the same problem with the previous question, actually. We had external data sets, public data sets reused in the project, so this is also interesting for us.
Yeah, so we'll definitely follow up on this. Is there any
very brief question? So at the moment, the data management plan is focused on data sets, but we can have other type of data. For example, people can work on machine learning models that can be trained, can be shared as data or software. So I would like to know if there is any idea to link additional type of data to the data management plan in the future.
So isn't that already? Go ahead, Eli.
I think, no, sorry, what's your name?
Alessio?
Yes, Alessio means that we need more questions, and that could meet the needs of software management or machine learning. This is what you mean?
Potentially. I mean, right now I can add a data set on
Yes.
Argos. I don't know if there could be an option that could be, I don't know.
You can add software as a model, no, but whatever exists in Zenodo, so software, for example, archives software, you can add it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I see on Zenodo you can link GitHub if you have a repository there. But it becomes a bit of a mess, I would say. So I don't know if there could be a easier way to create the meta documentation for software eventually.
Right now, this is how we do it, and our plan is brings, and there is a huge discussion in the last years about software management plans. So we are actually now we're launching next month in the community called the Software Management Plan, but this is not under CHIST-ERA. This is something like you can use to in your own time to see if it works for you, but. Let me think about also how to incorporate, because what I'm getting is how we can have more sources linked to Argos, and let me think about how we can do that too. Yeah,
thank you.
And in general, maybe that's also an invitation, because those specific questions came again. If you have any suggestion or any feature that you feel could be changed or something that could be added to the template, please send it to us directly to CHIST-ERA, and we will discuss this, at an upcoming meeting with OpenAir, because there are definitely ways of improving it. Software is definitely part of what we defined as data, of course. I mean, that's a core part, yes.
Well, that's a huge discussion, if
Of course.
software is data or not.
Yes, but at least we understand, we define it, in a quite broad sense. How you handle it is maybe requires some tuning. But please send us all your requests, maybe specific use cases in such a way that we could work on this. We are pretty late. I know you may have other questions that we could discuss over the coffee break. So before we go to the coffee break until 5 past, is that okay? Or 10 past, sorry, we have to shorten it maybe a little bit. One last question for you, and maybe as a reflection for the parallel sessions. How many of you have already published in a journal or on an open access repository or in any way? Just at least
Bad data are data, bad results are results. So
yeah, exactly, I totally
yes.
agree. So maybe that would be a question that we will ask next year, and I hope that there will be much more raised hands at that time. So thank you very much and enjoy your coffee break.
Okay, so thank you for coming back. We would like to continue. The next session is dedicated to technology transfer challenges. And this session was prepared by our CHIST-ERA partner technology agency of Czech Republic. And invited speakers are Otomar Slama from Charles University Innovations Prague and Hanna Kosova from a Center of Knowledge and Technology Transfer of Charles University Prague. Those two speakers are with us online. And please, floor is yours. Mr. Slama first.
All right, hello everyone. Does it work? Can you hear me properly? Is it okay? Someone confirm, please. Right. So I will start. Is that okay?
Yes,
okay,
we can hear you.
Yeah, perfect, perfect. I can see the chat. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very pleasant day. You're from Prague to Bratislava. Please apologize that I couldn't be there, even though I would love to. I was asked to share with you some thoughts about the technology transfer challenges. So, here we are. So, as was said, my name is Otomar Slama. I'm head of the university subsidiary company, which is responsible for the technology transfer, for licensing technology, for selling IP, and even for setting up a startup and spin-out companies here at Charles University. And if we are talking about the tech transfer challenges, I would say that the tech transfer is like a buzzword. Everybody hears about that, but let's look at what does it mean, at least from my perspective. The definition of transfer, the second word, is moving from one point to another, from A to B. In terms of research, development, and innovations, we are usually speaking about the transferring from the academical sphere to the commercial one or to the application sphere. And the thing that we are transferring or used to transfer is the outcomes of the science, outcomes of the R&D, the outcomes of research, development, innovation. And it could be the technology itself, or usually it is connected with the knowledge or related know-how that is necessary in order to apply the technology. So, if we ask the question, what are the biggest challenges in the tech transfer? I would again point out the previous picture. And from my perspective, there are two halves. First one, the outcomes itself. What you are doing as the researchers, as the providers of the finances, of the basic research, and further on of the application research, and what the technology transfer agency of Czech Republic is also supporting, is the creation of the outcomes of R&D. That's the hard part. You are doing well, but from my perspective, even though if you are successful and you get the outcomes that you wanted to have, is the first half from the point of view of the technology transfer and its successful implementation. So if you have these outcomes that are suitable for the market, that are suitable for the society, that could be transferred, that if you have the outcomes that works, that's the first half. And the tricky part is the transfer of the technology, of the outcomes of the science itself. But the question is, what to do or what not to do in order to successfully transfer the technology from the academical sphere to the applicational one. So if you have your outcomes, or if you are working on your project, or if you are applying or even thinking about the application of the funding, what to do, what to think of in order to be able to successfully transfer your technology and the related know-how at the end. From my perspective, there are just 3 things that you need to follow or you need to think about. So, first one is that don't forget about to protect the intellectual property. So you have something to transfer. If there is no protection or at least no IP, it's hard to transfer the technology if there's nothing to transfer. So that's the first thing, especially if there are more parties involved in the project. Think about it in advance. That's my advice. Secondly, be in touch with the applicational sphere, so you are aware of the real needs. What I can see a lot is that there is a perfect outcome of the project, which is missing the aim, what the applicational sphere needs. It doesn't need to be a commercial one, but it's missing the necessity. Well, and the third thing is become or find a tech transfer professional so you can do the tech transfer properly. Majority of the teams are focused on the R&D itself, which is perfectly fine. But for the second part, for the transferring of the technology to the applicational sphere, you need at least somebody who is able to help you with that, who is the partner for the application sphere, to whom they can speak with, who can deal with the legal basis, legal aspects of the transferring, and also who can do it on a fair price for you to make it beneficial for both parties. So 3 things to do from my point of view: protect the IP as soon as possible, or think about the protection and on how to work on that. Secondly, be in touch with those who will be using the outcomes or who can benefit from the outcomes of your research and development, and become or find a tech transfer professional who can help you with the transfer. And finally, my favorite quotation from Thomas Alva Edison: the ideas without the execution are just hallucinations. So do the tech transfer in order to put your ideas, your outcomes of R&D, your technologies on the market where they can help the society. Greetings from Prague.
Please, do you have any questions? I think we can take a few questions from the audience. Yes, one hand raised.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was wondering, do you have some, so you mentioned the need to protect the IP. How to combine the open science requirement and suggestions with the protection of IP? What's the good solution? Could we do both, or should we choose?
Yeah, that's a perfect question that I'm asked many times. We can do both. We can do both. It's for, I would say, another session, because it's quite a complicated topic. But yes, we can do both. We can divide it. We can do for some parties, some parts, for example, for government and non-government organization, the system of open science or for some parts of the software or of the technology that you are developing, and some part could be also made on the commercial basis. Or you have to choose. It's up to you, but it's combinable. If that was the question, it is. And that's why we need the tech transfer professionals, because they know how to divide it, how to do that.
An option to, sorry, with a follow-up question, would there be an option to protect some, like, let's say, code that we could share open source, but that could also be useful for as transfer for a company? Is there a good way to do that?
Definitely, there are possible ways. I don't think that this is the right place to. We would need further information in order to decide which is the best option, but there are many options how to solve that, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Good to know.
Thank you. Yes, I am from Tallinn Technical University, Olaf Mertens. Yes, I wanted to say a comment to previous question. For me, this question is not at all understandable, this open publications versus IP, because if you have a new idea, you can patent it, and just next day you can publish it very freely. And patents will be also publicly, starting from the applications published and publicly available, so there is no any problem between them. So do both. Yes, but don't forget to patent first, and then make the things public. Yes, thank you very much.
Totally agree. Thank you for that.
Any other questions? No. So thank you very much for your presentation and contribution to this session. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Hanna Kosova to share her presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having invited me. Also, my apologies from Prague that it was a bit last minute to plan a trip to Bratislava. However, I like the place. I actually had worked in Bratislava for a couple of years. And I'm sending my greetings from Charles University, from the Center for Knowledge and Technology Transfer. So I will share my presentation now, which should now be visible. And you already heard Otomar Slama, who is from our subsidiary company, which we founded as kind of extended arm to be closer to the business partners and to make our system of knowledge and technology transfer even more efficient. I will move from the very local level of our ecosystem of how we try to transfer knowledge into practice to the national and international level, because I think it's good to know the wider context, and also I will share some news with this regard, which hopefully might be interesting for you, and then there will definitely be some space for your questions. As you already heard, we've got the subsidiary company Charles University Innovations Prague, alongside with the external company. We've got the Center for Knowledge and Technology Transfer, which is like internal part of the university. And it's also a partner to our research teams in case they think about some transfer of their knowledge or technologies into practice. But as well, there is the national level. We are in kind of network, in close touch with our colleagues from other knowledge and technology transfer offices all across academic institutions, universities, institutes of the Academy of Sciences, which decided together in an association called Transfera.cz. And also there is the international level that similar bodies like Transfera, kind of national networks of people active in the field of knowledge and technology transfer, share their knowledge, provide training to people who would like to learn more about the topic within the association called ASTP. I will get to this later. This is just an overview of the ecosystem, which might be a useful contact point to all of you as research team representatives. In case you come across something interesting, what you think there is a potential to bring it into a practice, into some practical application. As Ottomar said, the best way is to get in touch with your tech transfer ecosystem colleagues, and they are definitely there and ready to help you. This is in slightly more detail how we work at Charles University. Us as the Center for Knowledge and Technology Transfer internal university unit, alongside with the external company, Charles University Innovations Prague. We focus mostly on kind of creating the environment which is useful for creating of innovations, creating social impact of science. We focus a lot on entrepreneurial education, which does not necessarily mean to just educate people who would set up companies, but basically create active academics who can come up with their new innovations, new ideas later on, in order that our subsidiary company can create more spin-off companies and have more commercialization cases and actually do the tech transfer, be in touch with businesses and get the research results into practice. So what we do is that we connect researchers, scientists and students with external partners, which are not just companies, but also the non-for-profit organizations and more public institutions, which can be ministries, counties, cities, other public bodies. We are constantly seeking some practical applications with some social impact. Ideally, work a lot with unprotected know-how, some knowledge which is simply among the research teams. There is a lot, big talk publicly about social impact, social benefits of science, which I believe are somehow embedded in all research work, so including yours as well. And our main task is basically to build something what we call the innovation hotbed, the community of active students who later on become PhD students, young researchers, more advanced researchers, that they actually create more and more of IP owned by the university, which then can be put into practice. As I mentioned, we work a lot at the national level. We are active member of the association Transfera, which is more and more active also in the public dialogue between the tech transfer community in the Czech Republic and our ministries, basically funding bodies, including technological agency. So thank you for the invitation for today's event. We held the annual conference, which was under auspices of the Minister for Science and Innovations in this beautiful building you can see on the picture. There is also some video kind of summary of the conference in case anyone would be interested. But I would say the main benefit is that there is a lot of shared knowledge, and we can work with partners. We can work with other academic institutions as well, and this is often the case in your kind of research fields as well, that you cooperate with colleagues from other institutes within the country and internationally as well. The international level is even more interesting. There is the association called ASTP, Association for Technology Transfer Professionals, can see the link to the website and the current kind of map of main countries where we've got members from. And I would say the main benefit of being active at this international level is that we are a recognized partner to European institutions, European Commission, European Innovation Council, which leads to the opportunity to actively comment or co-create some new regulations, legislation in the field of knowledge and technology transfer, which is quite an interesting development during the past few months. I don't know how many of you came across the knowledge valorization topic. This is just a summary of recently approved documents. And what's more important is what is it all about? Basically, there is a new guidance approved by European Commission on the process which is now called knowledge valorization. So it goes beyond the traditional concept of technology transfer and licensing patents and creating spin-off companies. But the aim of Europe in this case is to be more competitive in comparison with the rest of the world, like Asia, United States, and work better and in a more efficient way with knowledge, which is also created by academic institutions, by researchers, but can also be co-created by other entities, like including the public domain, ministries, agencies, but also citizens, which leads to citizen science, open science, etc. This is rather a new concept, or the documentation was approved in December last year. Alongside with the main kind of recommendation document, there is a set of codes of practice. One of them is linked to the smart use of IP. Another one is about standardization in European research area. And there was question in the previous session about like patents and link to the open science approach. This document speaks about intellectual assets, which means everything from protected industry, property rights, patents, designs, etc., but also about the unprotected knowledge, which is in all academic research teams as well. And what's critical is to have the complex strategy ready, like how to work with the combination of your protected results, patents, and the wider knowledge context. So it goes back to the concept of thinking ahead. I would probably be repeating myself and the 3 points which Ottomar mentioned. Basically, think about what you have, think about the intellectual assets you've got available, think about the best use for them and seek your partners, and don't do this just yourself. And there are other people in the field, in your institutes or elsewhere, who can and are ready to help you with the process. The same still applies to knowledge valorization, even though it might be a bit more complex and for the time being a bit more vague. But there is also under preparation a series of specialized dissemination events organized by Brussels, by European Commission, which would be happening in all member states. So I think stay alert. It would come into your country, some detailed explanation, and also like your local reaction by your ministries, agencies, how they plan to approach this topic, how they plan to deal with the new recommendations. So stay tuned with regard on knowledge valorization, and that's all from me, from Charles University. So I'm happy to answer some questions either now or later on, should there be any.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions in the audience? No questions. Thank you for your presentation and contribution.
Thank you and enjoy the rest of the workshop.
Goodbye. And now I would like to invite Peter Sutor, European Innovation Council National Contact Point from Slovak Center of Scientific and Technical Information.
Okay, good morning everybody. It's my pleasure to be here and to inform you about the European Innovation Council. Sorry, just adjustment of the mic. So, okay, it's better. First of all, a short introduction of myself. I am working as a national contact point for European Innovation Council and European Innovation Ecosystems. Both are part of the third pillar of Horizon Europe. I am working at a team of NCPs, so National Contact Points. We are allocated in Center of Scientific and Technical Information here in Bratislava, and our basic, I think, responsibility is to inform audiences like you, or in my case, mainly SMEs and business people, entrepreneurs, about the possibilities of funding from European Innovation Council. So let's start my presentation. Okay. Maybe I will ask to go further. Can I ask you? Okay, now it works. Thank you. So content. At the beginning, I will introduce European Innovation Council and its mission and vision. Then I will speak a bit about the overview and target audience of all the schemes. I will not go very much into details because it's quite complex for each of the scheme. Then I will focus more on the EIC transition schemes, and I will show you the open calls of 2023. And then I will, at the end of my presentation, I will show you the latest results, because 2 weeks ago it was presented by European Commission to us as a national contact points. So as I already mentioned, the Horizon Europe, I think all of you know it. It's the biggest program to support research and innovation. It's following the Horizon 2020 program. With a yellow mark, it's marked European Innovation Council. This is my responsibility, but you can see also the complete structure of Horizon Europe. Pillar 1 for excellent science, Pillar 2 global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, and Pillar 3 innovative Europe. Horizon Europe is for years 2021 till 27. And it works with budget, as you can see, 95 billion euro. Let's go to European Innovation Council. So, as I already mentioned, it's part of the third pillar. What is its mission? It's to support really breakthrough, disruptive, market-creating or market-changing innovations and technologies, which have problem with financing from the private sector, so from venture capitals or for banks on standard financing, because they are very risky. So, as you can see, the mission is finance breakthrough research, development and scaling up of innovations. It contains, or the scheme finance throughout the whole innovation cycle. You will see it on the next slide. In the same time, it should be something like a first contact point for all innovators. The ambition of European Innovation Council is to be the biggest deep tech deep tech investor in Europe. As a deep tech, we understand, or EIC understands, innovations based on scientific research or discoveries. The budget is 10 billion euro, and it's managed by EIC board. I can show you up. EIC board is appointed for 2 years. It consists of leading innovators, entrepreneurs, businessmen, also from people from universities, and the main role is to advise in the EIC strategy, of course, in main EIC goals and challenges. Of course, it prepares, or they prepare, the working program. The working program for EIC is based on a yearly basis. So now we are in the 2023 program. The background is very very big, I would say, like entrepreneurs, investors, and so on. In a daily life, of course, we do not meet with board members, but very important is EIC program managers. You see also on the slide, but the basic role of program managers is not just to be so-called project managers, keeping eye on the budget and keeping eye on the deadlines and so on, but those are people appointed directly by EIC with a background in their areas of expertise, and their role is proactively manage the portfolio of projects within the EIC with the basic aim to go to the transition process and commercialize the inventions or the ideas from the beginning to the market. So they really are trying to connect or to find a way how to commercialize the inventions. Those are the program managers. You can find it also on the EIC webpage. At the end of my presentation, I will share with you the useful links as well. So in case you have any questions from your area, you can contact directly your national contact point. Like in Slovakia, I am for Slovakia, the national contact point. The same is in other countries. And in case we don't know, because I am responsible mainly for the administrative part, I'm not an expert in IT or health tech and so on. So you can ask directly those people as program managers. Coming to the EIC funding schemes, I have mentioned that EIC funds the activities throughout the whole innovation cycle, so from the idea until the full commercial applications. It's based on the TRL scheme, no for us, I think. And the three schemes in the EIC are EIC Pathfinder for TRL 1 to 4, EIC Transition TRL 4 to 6, and EIC Accelerator for commercialization of the projects. Let's go a bit in details to all the schemes. So Pathfinder is a scheme dedicated mainly for research, from the beginning of idea creation, so early stage research on breakthrough technologies. What does it mean, or comparing to other schemes of European Commission, other schemes from Horizon Europe? My colleague is, for example, responsible for European Research Council. European Research Council is a really scientific research scheme, and this it's a bit a difference from this Pathfinder, because Pathfinder should be science which is from the beginning prepared for commercialization. So at the beginning of the idea or technology which are you thinking about in your consortia, at the end of this should be something. Of course, it can happen or not happen at the end, but at the end should be the commercialization of the project. So Pathfinder is for consortia, and the grants are up to 3 to 4 million euro. Transition is the so-called middle scheme for consortia and single researchers companies. It's a limited call. I will tell later in details why. And it's proof of concept to validation, and the grants are up to 2.5 million euro. The most popular scheme within whole EIC is the last one, is the accelerator. Because, why it's so popular? Because it's not consortial project, it's for mono beneficiaries or mono applicants, single applicants, so mainly for SMEs and startups. At the end, I will show you the results, and you will see there that how many applications per year go to EIC accelerator. It's in the same time, it's a unique scheme because it offers not just grants, but it offers so-called blended finance. So the company who is beneficiary in EIC accelerator can receive grant, but also equity up to 15 million euro. Of course, the successful companies. Besides this, EIC is offering so-called business acceleration services for all beneficiaries of all three schemes. It's like coaching, mentoring, access to other business partners, and so on. Okay, EIC Pathfinder. As I mentioned, it's research. The main target group or main area of financing is research based on the ambitious long-term vision of radically new and in the same time very risky technology. The expected output after this is a proof of principle or validation of technology in the laboratory. And who is the scheme intended for? I mentioned it's consortiums or collaborative projects. All the details are in the working program of EIC, which is available at the EIC site. At the end, I put all the links, so I think the presentation will be shared to you, and all the links are working, so you can click on it and see more details. The consortium should be from minimum 3 legal entities, from minimum 3 countries. It can happen that also single applicant can participate, but only in the thematic goals. Transition. Transition is, as I mentioned, the second scheme, and it funds innovation activities going beyond the validation of technology in the laboratory and increasing the maturity of technology towards the commercialization. The expected outputs are proven applicability to the market, business model or business plan, and formal protection of IPR. What is very important that I have mentioned it's a limited call. What does this mean? That it's eligible not for everyone, but the projects must be based on the results of eligible EU-funded projects. The list of all EU-funded projects I will show you later. I think also the project CHIST-ERA is amongst them. And the last but not least, is the EIC Accelerator. As I mentioned, it's the most popular scheme of the EIC, and it's because it's for single applicants seeking scale-up high impact innovation with potential to create or disrupt the existing markets. What I marked by red, really the innovations or the technology should be disruptive and groundbreaking. The EIC is looking for something really new. It's quite hard to tell you examples, but there is, for example, EIC in Data Hub, which is publicly web page basically with all the information about all projects which were until now funded by the EIC, and you can see the examples there. From Slovakia, only 4 companies have been awarded or funded by EIC Accelerator. And I think 3 of them are medtech companies, and one, Sensoneo, was a company, or still is company, of course, dealing with smart waste management. EIC calls, the calls are based on the yearly program. So in 2023, we have so-called EIC open schemes, which are bottom-up approach without predefined topics. So any technology, any ideas or innovations are eligible without these schemes. And then EIC challenges, which are thematic challenges, given or defined by the EIC board in the EIC working program. I'm not sure that you see this table, but in this complex table are all the funding possibilities for the EIC, Pathfinder, Transition and accelerators in 2023. It's available also on the EIC webpage, where you can go more in detail for each funding possibilities. As you can see, the budgets, the highest budget from budget of EIC is for EIC accelerator. It's I think for 600 millions for the open and 500 millions for the challenges of EIC accelerator. In the second part of my presentation, I will go more in details in EIC transition, because as I've heard it and I checked it, you are eligible for the transition projects. So what is the target audience? It could be single applicant, so one legal entity, or a small consortium of 2 independent legal entities from 2 different member states or associated countries, or traditionally, as in Pathfinder, consortium of minimum 3 and maximum 5 independent legal entities. Okay, I will not read it through, but you will see in my presentation the eligibility of projects. Proposal must be built on the results already achieved within an eligible project. So it should be a continuity after the Pathfinder project or other projects financed from EU. So it is EIC Pathfinder projects or European Research Council proof of concept projects, European Defence Fund, and so on. And for transition challenges, which is the second stream of transition, all projects funded under Horizon 2020. The important thing is the last point, that you don't have to be the owner of the project eligible for this transition scheme. So you can, for example, look for projects which could be interested for you. Then you can connect with the researcher or with the organization who developed or who has the IPR, intellectual property rights for this. And if you would like to continue and would like to go for transition, either transition open or transition challenges, you need to confirm that you are the IPR owner. So you can have also, for example, commitment letter from the IPR owner. What does it offer to the target audience? The grants from 0.5 million euro to 2.5 million euro. There is also possible additional support for evaluating the potential, and the AC contribution is, like in research and innovation activities, 100% of eligible costs. What do we expect in 2023? There are, as I mentioned, 2 streams. One is EIC Transition Open, and the second one is EIC Transition Challenges. There are 2 cutoffs this year. One is next week, so it's on 12th on April, but the second one it's the end of September, 27. Budget for Transition Open is 67.86 million euro, and for challenges 60 million euro. The the expected duration of projects is up to 3 years. And you submit the proposal to funding through Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, which is standard procedure for submitting proposals, except the EIC Accelerator. When you would like to apply for EIC Accelerator, you have to go, or you have to submit it through special AI platform dedicated just for EIC Accelerator. Beside Transition Open scheme, there are this year 3 schemes as challenges. I'm not an expert for those 3 challenges, so I just listed the scope and the expected outcome for those 3 challenges. But what is important, that I put down or I think useful for you, I put down, of course, working links to the detailed description of the scheme or of this particular call on Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, where you will find detailed information about this. And the European Commission have organized information days where the program managers responsible for those 3 calls and those 3 areas explained in detail that what do they expect and what are the details of the particular call. So at the bottom you can see that also link to EIC Info Day, which was held on February the 2nd, for example, for these full-scale micro-nano bio devices for medical and medical research applications. The same is for the second transition call, which is called Environmental Intelligence. And the last one, chip-scale optical frequency comps. The information on the Info Day or the webpage I've checked yesterday, it's still working, so you can see there full presentations by the program managers and responsibles. Okay, I'm coming to the end of my presentation with last few slides. 2 weeks ago we had a meeting of NCPs where European Commission has presented us, or colleagues from the Commission presented to us the results, the latest statistics. So speaking about Pathfinder, you can see that in 2021 there were almost 870 proposals evaluated and 60 projects were selected for funding. In 2022, the level was more or less the same. In transition, of course, there are less projects because it's limited scheme. 173 in 2021, 173 proposals and 57 proposals for challenges, and out of this, 45 proposals selected. So I think the success ratio is something about 17%, if I calculate it. And in 2022, 129 proposals in open and 15 proposals for challenges. And you can see also graph where you see the countries. Unfortunately, Slovakia, we have to, when we look for Slovakia, it's always from the end, so still very big room for improvement for us. And the first countries are Germany, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, France. And the proposal selected single applicants versus small consortia. You can see the share, 55% of consortia and single entities, 42%. And the last, the biggest scheme, or from the budget point of view, EIC Accelerator, you can see that more than 5,000 short applications, because it's 2-round scheme. It's compared to Pathfinder and Transition, the evaluation is in more rounds. So in EIC Accelerator, you can submit so-called short proposal anytime during the year, and only those short proposals which received green light can submit full proposal. So the full proposal, is basically business plan of the company. So in 2021 there were almost 2,000 full proposal or full applications, out of which more than 300 were selected for interview, and out of this 164 companies were selected. And in 2022 149 companies were selected. Okay, I think the competition is very big in this scheme. The percentage success rate is something like 4%. It's not for everyone, of course. I already mentioned that there is EIC Data Hub. You can see the web page at the bottom. You can, if you will have some time, you can browse it. You can click which kind of program are you interested, or which country, and so on, and you can read at which companies from which areas, which kind of support they received. And this is end of my presentation. Those are, of course, working useful links. So EIC official webpage, where you will find all the information about EIC and the funding opportunities. Also a lot of frequently asked questions. And the main tool is Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, where you find also the transition calls, which I have presented before. And the last link, Access to EIC, it's a program financed by European Commission to, as it is in the name, to access more to EIC. So in more informal way, you will find information about the program. So I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any questions, I can answer now, or you can send me an email on this address. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, hello.
Here. I would like to ask if English partners from CHIST-ERA can participate in EIC transition follow-up project.
If there is? I don't have this information, sorry. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I know that you are eligible.
Yeah, I have the information. The majority of the projects are eligible for the EIC transition scheme, and the EIC have published a list of the eligible projects. So you must go on the EIC website for the EIC transition calls.
Yes.
And I guess I also have the dates, the submission dates, but I need to check. So if there is any other question.
And I have another question. Apart from the 3 specific topics for EIC transition, I think that is any open call?
Yes.
No specific
yes,
topic?
the EIC transition has two streams. One is this EIC challenges with 3 calls this year, and the second one with 50% of the total budget of transition for this year is EIC Transition Open, which is open to basically any technology.
So the deadlines are the same,
The
right?
deadlines are the same, yes.
Thank you very much.
So now I have the information. So the good deadlines are April 12, and the other one is September 27. And
Yes.
all the projects, or the majority of the projects, are eligible to EIC Transition Open, Transition Challenges as well. And I sent an email on March 1st, so maybe you should check your spams or emails, and you will have all the links.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it will be a one-time eligibility, or it is a renew eligibility?
We can also have one
Okay.
It depends. You have the list, and then you have
Okay, but it's mostly to anticipate for future call. Okay.
Yes.
The eligibility depends only on the date of the project and the end date of the project. It should be started for at least 1 year and shouldn't be finished for more than 2 years.
Okay, thank you. So, and have a nice day and conference.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite Anna to share information about CHIST-ERA follow-up processes for funded projects. And I believe you will do your presentation from over there. Okay.
So thank you very much for being here today. I'm very happy to see many of you. Okay, so let's start with the project follow-up and monitoring. So I will present the project follow-up process at a glance. Here I have a lot of information. But what is important is that firstly, we invite project coordinators to submit the yearly project periodic report through the dedicated online monitoring tool, which has been put in place by the Romanian IT support. And secondly, we invite experts to act as reviewers for the CHIST-ERA projects by checking for the conflict of interest beforehand. And in general, you need to know that these experts acted as rapporteurs, co-rapporteurs, or external reviewers during the corresponding evaluation, and therefore they are already aware of the project goals and the project work plans. And once the experts accepted to review your periodic report, then they will have access to it, they can read it, and they will be able to assess it. And at the end, once the review report is finalized and whether any of them are experiencing difficulties, and in this case, we can ask for a mitigation plan so as not to jeopardize the whole project and mitigate the potential risks. And now I guess the moment, the long-awaited moment, so the next follow-up period will open on May 2023, and you will be also notified in order to access the review report in the online monitoring platform. You will be contacted by my colleague Giorgio Carpino from the Italian Ministry of Research, and the report should be completed and submitted directly on the follow-up and monitoring platform. So the correct template must be uploaded and then must be downloaded and then uploaded directly into the platform. So please do not use the old one because we update the template each year. And now I will do a demonstration because I think that it's better to do something interactive. Okay. So in order to have a better coordinating monitoring and follow-up at CHIST-ERA level, we have set up 2 interesting items. So the first one is the project guidelines. So in the project guidelines, you have several sections, and I strongly encourage you to carefully go through these project guidelines, especially for the projects recently funded, because here you can find a lot of interesting information. For example, the ID of your project, in order to quote this ID in the acknowledgement of your publications. You can also find other informations concerning open science aspects. I mean, the data management plan and open publications. And then you have a lot of other interesting information. We try to update these guidelines each year. Maybe we should do this work this year as well, but the majority of the information is real and is current. So then we also have put in place the toolbox. And this toolbox is accessible only for the project coordinators, and here you can find several sections. The first one is about your project fact sheet. So you can open this project fact sheet and then edit and update it. I mean, I think you don't have access to some sections. Namely the abstract, the funding, the starting date. And so if you would like to make any change, you can contact me and I will do it on your behalf. Then you have a section dedicated to the project extension or modification requests. And this is a very important section. This is because we have implemented this project extension and modification requests at national level in order to improve the transparency of this type of requests, because in some cases projects have been extended by one funding agencies and the other funding agencies are not aware of that. So that can be a big issue. So if you would like to ask for a project extension or modification, then the project coordinator must log in and submit this type of request. So once the request will be validated at CHIST-ERA level, this means that I will circulate this request among the agencies involved in your projects. Once it will be validated by all the agencies involved in your projects, you will receive a confirmation, and then each partner can proceed with asking an extension or modification request at national level. Then you also have different sections, like the section to upload the consortium agreement. Then you also have another section to associate your scientific publication with your project. You just need to copy-paste your DOI and the association is automatic. Then you have a section in order to propose a project news to CHIST-ERA, and we will be happy to relay your news through our channels. You also have a section to submit your data management plan first version, and I know that you need to submit it by Argos, but if you don't want to give me access directly on Argos, you can just retrieve the PDF and then submit it here. And last but not least, you also have a section dedicated to the submission of the exploitation report, and we ask for this exploitation report 3 years after the end of your project, so you're not concerned at the moment. And this is all from my side. Thank you very much. Do you have any question?
Well, thank you for the details. Thank you for telling us when it's opening the session, but what's the deadline for the reports?
We do not have already set up a deadline, so the deadline will be communicated in the email, yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I want to ask about the scientific publications because I've uploaded some of the publications and I can never delete them. So if we make any mistake, is there any way of just fixing because of the open access thing?
I think I can delete the publication, so maybe you can email me and then I will try to delete publications.
So conference proceedings or journals that are not open access, because when you upload them, they say open access publication associated to the project, so I'm never sure what should
Yeah,
I do
that's
about.
quite tricky. I'm not sure if it is the right session for publications that are not open access, so maybe we need to think about that.
Okay,
and
okay. Thank you.
Let's see later.
Thank you.
First year of the project.
You will receive this type of information later, but I mean, I guess you should report 1 year and not 1.5 years. So it will be decided later with Giorgio, because I know that we are a bit behind schedule, so let's see later this type of detail.
Thank you.
Hi. I was wondering if this follow-up process is something new, because last year we submitted the report as well, but we didn't get a review report or any kind of feedback.
Yeah, we are behind schedule, so Giorgio will give you access to the reviews this year, the link to access this review report.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, apologies for for the fact that we are a bit late. I don't. Yeah, one more question.
Just one quick question. And when we are reaching the end of the project, is there some sort of final review organized, or how is the overall project assessed when it's being completed?
Now, in fact, we organized this project seminar. So I know that, for example, for the projects, projects will present the outcomes and impacts during the parallel breakout session of this afternoon. And we do not organize a final review meeting right after the end of the project.
Okay, so I think this is all for this session around follow-up of the projects and breakout sessions in the afternoon.
I just promised to be very short. So each year we have taken the habit of organizing a video contest. This year we only received 4 videos, but as a certain Conor McLeod said, there can only be one. So if you could please go to the website and vote for your favorite video, then we'll have a winner, okay? The vote will be open at 12 today, and will end at around 10, well, before coffee break tomorrow. So you have 24 hours to vote.
Yes, and for the breakout sessions this afternoon, these sessions, there are 8 topical groups, and each group will be supported by CHIST-ERA representative. This plenary room will split into 3 rooms, And other breakout rooms are located either on the ground floor or first floor. You can see the program for the details about the location of the rooms, or you can ask my colleagues at the registration desk. And these breakout groups will last from 2 to 6 p.m., but coffee break is scheduled from 4 p.m. to 4:30, and it will take place here in foyer next to this room. Then in the evening we invite you for a walking dinner. It's connected with the poster and demo session. So I think that's all from my side. If you have questions, we are around. We'll help you. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you.